Welcome, everyone, to episode 19 of San Antonio by Night, the oncoming storm. Last we left off, our coterie was dealing with some very, very interesting things indeed, in that they were getting in touch with what they now know to be a thin blood named Gabriel Suarez, hunting down some Camarilla spies, and all around trying to make some good progress in the city. Trying to root out this problem in the Camarilla can be a very taxing sort of event. It definitely seems to be bringing out the rash decisions that one can make. Starting with John, you decided that you wanted to get rid of a particular Camarilla menace that you had found out about in Batista's domain, taking Benji along with you.
Well, fact of the matter is that these sitting around do nothing types, they kind of piss me off. The fact of the matter is that he was sitting there, the person who's responsible for bringing people in, and now suddenly we've got Camarilla, and who actually went out to investigate him, who even thought of it? Everybody else sitting on their ass. Apparently the Nosferatu have gone to ground. They're not to be found anywhere. So what the hell am I supposed to end up thinking? So at this point, take no prisoners. Cam don't deserve any sympathy from me. I can guarantee you that. I don't really care for the whole deal, but at least I'm getting some work done. That's really what it's all about. So, at this point, I ended up taking him away. And now, I don't have to worry about it. I can sleep a little easier tonight. The best part of this whole situation is that after a very lengthy conversation, I might just have some information that's gonna just tickle the girls in all the right or wrong places. Makes me feel young again.
Exciting. Velda, you've been up to some interesting little things. Why don't you give us your thoughts on what you may or may not believe that John's been up to, and what your next steps are?
Me?
Yes, Velda.
I honestly don't know what John is doing. Although, I hope it's not something stupid that involves killing people. Seems to be what he's best at.
Can you fault a man for for playing to his strengths?
No, I can't. But as such, he can't fault me for playing to mine. I talked with Jameson, and that seemed to have bore some fruit. Not as much as I'd been hoping, but we'll see where that goes. As for everything else, I tried visiting the domain of these missing Ventru. And I have a feeling, sneaking suspicion, that might be where Mr. Kyle A. Calhoun has made his little niche for now. And he's done so quietly. It's always the quiet ones you need to look out for. So, that's what I'm doing tonight. Need to talk to Batista. Need to find out more about these Vantru. Need to find out more what's been going on within her domain. I feel exceptionally out of touch. It's a game of catch up, and I'm not sure I enjoy this.
Playing catch up seems to be what the whole coterie's been doing. Trying to catch up with what the Camarilla's been up to. Seems that they've been so far ahead of you that one can only hope they don't trample you. But that brings us to Amber. Amber, you've been kind of busy with some personal time, doing a little bit of playing up to your fans, and getting some strange Instagram messages from all of those weirdies.
Yes, yeah.
Some of them telling you they know where you live.
I really do hope that they remember the rules on trespassing, the laws on trespassing, and standing my ground on my home ground. Because, quite frankly, with the world going to hell in a handbasket as it is currently, my level of giving a shit as far as irate fans go, as far as these particular fans go, is very, very low. But if need be, I will happily introduce them to a whole different world of things. If I must.
If you must.
If I must. But then, of course, there is the entire thought of catch-up. And I think that's something that should be taken, as far as I'm concerned, very literally. John knows what his strength is. So does Benji. So does Velda. Me, well, I thought it was social interaction. Got the looks. Definitely the words for it. I definitely know how to spin a yarn and persuade someone to my line of thinking if I really have to. I know how to lie. And I know how to put on a show, but even with those skills, I've always felt, I suppose, a little out of place. Straight up, there's someone who can do it better than me. And if that's the case, then instead of pursuing those things, I need to find what my other strength is. A good person have a plan B in their pocket at all times. I think after a little bit of introspection, I found mine. I'm not a physical powerhouse like John or Benji. There's one thing I do have that no one else possesses. And that's precision. Surgical precision. And I think I need to start using that quite a bit more.
Because
Strength isn't going to cut it, so instead I should use my eye.
Guess the most deadly of wounds is the precise one.
Very much so. Of course, I'm not going to really know the state of things until I catch back up with the coterie. Taking care of personal things as I have been. It means I haven't been keeping a massive eye on kindred society. I can't leave things too long, but now that I'm ready to get back into it, I suppose I need to keep an eye on these things, and, well, and on my sire, apparently. You see, I don't trust him. I've never really trusted him to have my absolute best interests at heart, aside trying to preserve my looks for his little show. I'm sure if he had it his way that I would be forever preserved in my namesake. But I think there's something going on. I think there's a lot of things that he's been doing. I've been out of my eye shot that I really should know about. And so I think I need to keep an eye on him. But alas, I've been rambling. I need to go talk to Velda and John first.
Busy. Hang on. One moment. Hi. Sorry. Say good night. Good night. In the middle of a stream.
Sorry. See you later.
Good night. Well, to get started here, I would like everyone to give me rouse checks.
Oh, thank goodness.
Shit.
Velda, John, your hunger is just where you left it last night. It no longer grumbles very loudly. It's, well, for Velda, it's definitely very much there, but it doesn't get any worse. But Amber. You're getting dangerously close to that little problem that you suffer from when you get too hungry.
Yes, I'm going to need to go and get something to eat for that. I'm sure we were probably going to stop by the meeting house anyway. I can go and do a little hunting in the domain.
So the three of you do meet at the meeting house. It's dark, empty, a little gloomy.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What's up, girls?
Less than I would like.
Oh, well,
How did things go for you, John?
well, got some good news for you. I think I might have a lead that might help you out with this, Hugh thing.
Oh,
You have my attention.
Well, I had to call in a few favors from outside. Honestly, you've kind of stretched me a little thin, but, turns out there's somebody who might know a thing or two about a thing or two. I haven't asked him yet. I figured, look, I could probably drag him out of the hospital and have him kicking and screaming, but then you'd probably just get angry at me and start shouting, so thought it might end up using a, well, lady's touch.
ooh, he's learning.
Velda, I'm only here to end up giving this because right now I'm trying to end up looking for a reason, which I'm still waiting on.
That's
This is me trying to end up earning my keep in this house. That's it.
well, I'm waiting.
That's it. I can end up taking you out there. Might have an idea on what he looks like.
Hmm.
That's about as far as it goes. The question is are you actually interested?
Perhaps.
This ain't a perhaps matter. If it's a perhaps matter, it ain't a matter worth solving. And I believe it was just the other day you explained to me on what kind of threat Hugh is, but
You should go and check it out, Papa.
why not? Hey, you do, Amber.
Well, if it's the hospital that I'm thinking of, given recent events, it's probably better that I'm not seen there.
That's a shame.
Because, they consider me to be the last person seen in poor Hannah's room, and I'm sure if I get caught there, someone's gonna want to start asking questions. And I
You let
don't
me
think
worry
that's
about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if I was going to go, I'd probably end up going to Discover. Anywho, so I would need to. And I need something to eat.
Well, worst case scenario, I guess I can always scalp you and Velda and just swap the hair pieces.
I have wigs. It's fine.
I think it might be better for you to go, Amber. I have meetings to attend this evening. And
Well, look who's coming up in the world.
I think I might have a lead on Calvin.
What makes you say that?
Something that a dear friend, a dear departed friend, Baron Delgado said caught my attention. And that is that everyone is missing people. So I inquired. Seems that a pair of no-name Vantru have gone missing in Batista's domain. Now, isn't that interesting? These two have, as far as I'm aware, nothing about them that would make them targets, except for where they reside, which happens to be very close to one of the entrances to the city.
A couple missing blue bloods ain't gonna end up stirring much. If anything, I guess I should be thanking the camp for doing me a favor.
Exactly. It doesn't stir much, it doesn't draw a lot of attention, and it stays hidden.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to try and stir up some of my knowledge on the Ventru? Because two no-name Ventru going missing. Like, it's odd that, like, it says to me at least that there is two possibilities, that either A, they were just in the wrong place at the wrong time, or B, there was an intent purpose behind it outside of them just being in the wrong place at the wrong time.
What kind of angle are you looking to mull about this? Are you looking from a politics angle, or are you looking from a, like, I'm not sure I understand what angle you're trying for.
It would probably be a political angle. What does
offing them
basically, yeah, what does offing them do? And not only that, well, outside of the obvious, and more specifically, does the fact that they're Ventrue actually mean anything? Because if they were just no names, well,
Okay.
there wouldn't be any math complaint about it now, would there?
Give me a wits plus politics.
This is like a 2 dice pool, but I'll go ahead and try. Yeah, but slowly learning. Slowly. And very poorly.
And that's a bestial failure.
Yep. I should not have tried that in my current state.
I think, given your train of thought, it's only appropriate that you get a little paranoid as a result.
Yep.
You're thinking about it. You're thinking about it. What's them being Ventrue got to do with anything? Is it just simply location? Is it because they're no name? Is it because they're nobodies? Am I a nobody? Am I on their list? You start following that train of thought and your mind starts to get really paranoid of both the people in front of you and about everyone you know, including those who know where your haven is and could find you.
Yes. I suppose it might be an idea to pack up and move sooner rather than later. Not tonight, I can't do it tonight,
But your mind is starting to race 1,000,000 miles an hour. You can't concentrate. And until you feel safe for an hour, you're at a penalty.
yes, I know exactly. Yep, I know exactly why that is. I have a 2 dice penalty to anything that doesn't preclude me from
Doesn't involve you being safe.
save. Yes. Okay. So I'm gonna turn to the 2. Yeah, we'll go ahead and do that. John, I need to pop back home and grab some stuff prepared.
Amber,
All of that kind of thing.
we don't take this opportunity right now.
It's not going to be there.
I don't know. I don't know enough about the situation. I do know this, though. I was promised one night to make this work, and I'm not about to end up risking that over somebody who hasn't done their makeup right.
Okay, look, oh,
He's being very insistent. He's being very insistent that you go with him. What is he going? What is he trying to do? What's his angle? Who's this person he's wanting you to introduce to?
I suppose I can find out, but I'm not going unprepared.
I'm prepared. What, you gonna bring a shotgun into a hospital? That'll work out real well.
Can I tell that there's something up with Amber?
John, look at my arms. Just look at them for a moment. You think these can fire a shotgun and, more than once without dealing with some major fucking recoil?
Amber, you're part of the Walking Dead. For all I know, you could rip a fire hydrant out and end up hucking it 5 streets down.
Yeah, but the thing is that if I could do that...
Frail old man, right? Frail old man. Could bench press a Buick with very little issue.
Yeah, but the thing is that if I could do that, don't you think I wouldn't be, sitting around talking about him, considering I want to get revenge on him? If I could...
All right,
If I
that's
could-
enough. That's enough. Amber, What is the problem, truly?
It's just there's a lot that doesn't feel right.
Yes, we are playing catch up with the Camarilla. Nothing feels right now. And honestly, everybody needs to just do. So,
John
I
just
don't know
kind of
what you
points to
have.
Velda like I'm with her.
So, I don't know what you have planned for this evening, but John needs help. I am not in a position to assist him, as I have other things that I need to attend. We cannot afford to get
Alright, we're
further
going.
behind.
Where we're going.
If there's something super important that you need to attend to, I can try and push things back. But otherwise,
Amber, she's getting really, really pushy. She's getting far too pushy. She's getting bossy. She's getting... What does she want? What does she want to do? She wants to eat you. She wants to take you down and eat you.
What? That's dumb. Look, Velda, I have to ask if there's. I mean, why is it that you can't do it? Surely.
I have a meeting with Batista, and I need to follow this other lead. Unless you would like to go and wander around in a domain that you don't know anything about. But I'm sure you don't.
Not my question.
So,
Alright,
our options are limited.
alright. John, give me a couple of minutes and I'll meet you out there, okay? And I do mean just a couple of minutes.
I'll be outside waiting in the van.
And John leaves the house, closing the creaky door behind him. And Amber, it creaks like those horror movies.
Ugh, that's just cliche. Okay.
Amber, I don't know what's going on with you right now, but you need to pull yourself together.
Well, I was gonna go get something to eat. Trying that. But
Eating may be a good idea. I myself, that is on my first priority.
yeah. Yep. Okay. Look, I'll let John know because I do need something to eat. I can't. If he wants me to go meet someone, I can't do it in addition.
You need to be focused.
Yeah. I mean, truth, a lot of time alone to try and gather my thoughts would be good, but we don't really have that time, so.
Yes. The longer we take, the further behind we get.
Yeah.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to get my own life moving. Keep me updated on what happens, and I'll do the same.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Amber, keep your head.
Yeah.
Don't lose it. It's too pretty to go rolling across the floor. And with that, Velda leaves.
And with every footstep, the floor creaks like it's just eerie around her, Amber. The door opens, it seems in slow motion, and closes, it seems in slow motion, creaking all the while. Your senses are starting to play these horror movie tropes in your head, and you are starting to wonder if Velda's some kind of serial killer.
No, she's not a serial
Both of them. Both of them are here. Both of them are going to kill us. Both of them are going to be our end.
No, no.
Just lock the
This
door.
is-
Lock the door and wait. Lock the door. Don't let them back in.
Don't have the time. Instead, something to eat. Something to eat.
It's not safe to be outside right now. It's not safe with Hugh out there. It's safe in here.
I need to roll something.
What are you rolling?
Gonna see if Amber actually ends up listening to the voices in her head and ends up staying inside, or if she,
You can make that
decides to
decision.
hurt
That
me.
doesn't have to be a roll.
Well, no, I can't make that. Like, I'm trying to think of it, and I'm gonna leave the decision to chance to see if she does or not. Yeah, no, those voices are just a little bit too loud. They're a little bit too loud, a bit distracting. However, she is gonna call out to John. Look, I'm gonna be a little while. If I try and go with you right now, I'm gonna be completely unfocused and just straight up a mess, and we can't afford to fuck this up.
So you'll take a guaranteed fuck up over a potential one. Got it.
Look,
Look,
I'm really hungry. Okay, I need to get my head together, go get something to eat, and head to the hospital and sort it out. But it will be done tonight.
did you not hear me? For all I know, as soon as midnight comes along, this guy fucks off. For all I know, it could be 10 o'clock. Look, I'm gonna help you out. Between you and me, no one's gotta know. But this needs to happen if you want to deal with Hugh. Right?
That vengeance for Hugh is very, very strong.
Well, you
She just-
wanna...
She nods. Yeah, no, you're right. If I want vengeance on Hugh, this needs to happen now. Okay.
Get in the car, we'll handle it.
And Amber is gonna very quickly move out, keeping her distance a little bit, hesitating at the doorway for a moment before walking out to her car, going into the trunk of the car to grab her disguise, because that is something that she has to actually put away. She's used it the last couple of not excluding the last time, she's used it the last couple of times she's been out, so it's still in the car, all packaged in bags and whatnot. So she'll very quickly, at the very least, get the wig on and put a pair of contacts in, and then after locking everything up, and I would like to make a wits awareness check to make sure that her own car isn't bugged, as she's paranoid enough to look.
Okay. Since this is a roll to determine your safety in this moment, then you will not be rolling this at a penalty.
Yep, and I'm gonna be activating heightened senses for this.
Okay. Then you'll add your aspects.
Yeah, just 3 successes.
You do a once over like you've seen Urian do many, many times at this point. You check the undercarriage, you kind of feel underneath the circumference of the car, you check obvious places that you think a bug might be placed if one were to be placed in your car. Nothing.
I don't feel anything that that might as well be best concessions we can get right now. And then into the van, as bad as it feels, this needs to be done. I need to persevere through the voices in my head.
And the van is looking ever more like the serial killer vans that you've seen in movies.
Oh, it's so cliche. It's so goddamn cliche. Okay,
That panel van is looking creepy.
I knew I shouldn't have done that politics in this state. Shit. Yep, it's creepy as fuck, but just don't look at it. Just look at the road ahead. Keep eyes locked to the road ahead. Because that's just as it's always been. As it always will be. Hopefully. Oh god.
Your hand subconsciously starts to go for those little knives that you've purchased recently.
Yeah, just slide them. Slide them in
Stay.
your pocket.
See you in the van?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm in the van.
John kind of gives a two-finger salute to Velda and starts to drive off. Before he gets on the main road, though, Amber, you need to keep an eye out, maybe that paranoia near about us about to get hit by a semi-truck as soon as we get onto the line. You might smell some copper in the air. John shows you his own wrist, bleeding. This is a temporary solution. I don't need you getting addicted, but I need you on top of your game. It's costing me a fuck ton out of this, and I'm not affording to fuck this up, so I am willing to end up giving what you need.
She's looking at it kinda very conflicted currently, like, I want it, but I don't want it, but I want it, but I don't want it, but I want it, but I don't want it.
If you don't take it, you're gonna be hungrier, and you're gonna end up saying something that you're gonna regret. And right now, you're already in a state. You said that we can't afford to end up spending time for you looking around for your choice of meal. And, right now, I don't need to end up being focused to do the talking. You do.
Yep, okay. She's gonna hate this, but yeah, she's gonna take it. She doesn't have a choice. Can't go hunting. At the very least, just introduces too many unknown variables at this stage. At the very least, if something goes wrong, I know exactly who. At the very least is. So, yeah, I'm gonna slake the. I'm guessing it's one hunger.
I'm gonna give you 2.
2? Okay. I'm gonna slake the 2 hunger off that and
Amber,
take my first dot in the blood bond.
it tastes black.
Oh.
It tastes delicious, but it tastes black, like extra dark chocolate cake or 70% cocoa chocolate. It's dark.
I mean, I don't mind dark chocolate, truly, but that's. Oh. Okay.
It is hard to pull your lips away from that.
Kid, I'm driving.
Yep. She does eventually manage to pull them away. Eventually.
Least you can do is lick it clean.
She would do that at the very least. She's not a monster. As
John's
much
got
as
a-
she is.
John's got a small, pervy smile as he's watching this pale-skinned albino beauty currently here lapping at the wound and watching it heal up, all nice and clean. There you go. Feel better, kid.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, at least I can get a little clearer.
Good.
You're still very paranoid about it, though. Why would he offer that to you?
Yeah, no, doesn't. Internally, she's like, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good at all. But it's of all of the things that could happen right now, it's the lesser of two evils. At least that's how she's trying to justify it to herself, because it's like if we went out hunting, you know, what would that person do? You know, maybe we might run into Hugh or Kylie Calhoun, or you know, into anybody. But at the very least, with that, it's John. You know, we know John. Like, he might be an asshole, but we know John, mostly, a little bit.
Keep telling yourself
John.
that.
Oh, I don't know. But at least we're fed. So it's not so bad, right? Take the good treats. Take them as they come. Don't think about the fact that, you know, don't think about the fact that we could, you know, that he could stab us in the back at any moment. Let's not think about that. Not at all. Just take the treat. Take it as it comes. Take the fact that we're not as hungry as we were anymore. You know, that we're not gonna start bleeding.
Told you I'd take care of you, kid.
Yeah, you did say that.
Yeah. Just remember Uncle John at the end of all this, alright? You'll be sitting pretty. I guarantee that.
Well, Peter, if I'm gonna speak frankly, you're kind of a hard personality to forget.
Fantastic. I knew it was charming.
Amber is not okay right now.
Starts driving his way to the hospital.
Yep, to the hospital.
To the hospital you both go.
I brought my purse with me, luckily, so I'll probably be doing a very quick makeup job on the way.
It's
Just not anything fancy, just something possible to make the skin a little less albino, make it a little less noticeable.
To do that, you'd have to do a full paint.
That is true.
Oh.
I don't have time for that.
Yeah. John kind of just takes off his hoodie and just hucks it to her.
Okay. Just put on the hoodie.
Look, I'll get us there. You just end up making sure everything else is kosher, alright?
Yeah. Yeah, I can do that.
God, I hope we're not late. I hope we're not late. We're hoping we're not late. Alright. And once John gets there, he's sure to walk in front of Amber, trying to let her hide her face behind him, be shy. Takes the general entrance rather than the emergency entrance. Doesn't seem to hide himself, doesn't have reason to. And starts walking to the room that he was supposed to end up getting to.
And both of you can't deny that the smell of bleach and the occasional scent of blood, that irony, deliciousness, that coppery sweetness in the air does tickle your noses a bit, but both of you are under enough control that you can walk without a second thought towards any other room aside from the one that you were directed to, John. And you walk down a hallway towards a clinic where you where you've been directed, and you know that this particular doctor that you've been contacted with is a late night, treats patients late night. He has a couple of friends through the whole system, but this person is fairly new to San Antonio from what you know. And so you reach the clinic and you ask for a Dr. Carl Anderson. And before long, the individual meets you out in the lobby.
I think that's the guy. You got this, Amber, alright? Calm, collected. Remember, you own this bitch.
Yeah, I do. Okay. Oh, yeah.
John takes the place right behind Amber's right shoulder and just lets her take the lead.
Good evening, Dr. Anderson, was it?
Yes. And you are? Ah, yes, I remember you. You were the one who was visiting that girl Hannah. We met in the hallway.
I'm gonna look him over as he says that. Does he look like the man that I met?
He does.
Oh, yes, that's right.
The one you brushed off in the middle of the hallway. As you were rushing out of there.
Yes, I had an emergency to which I had to attend.
Oh, well, I hope that's cleared itself out.
Yes, it did, very much so. It is, finished. And resolved. All of that kind of thing.
Perfect.
So I need to figure out a way to broach this topic. So, my associate said that you might have some information.
Information.
Yeah.
About a man named, what was it? What was his name again?
Hugh, I believe it was.
Hugh. It's a very unique name for this part of Texas. Interesting.
Yeah, it is a bit, isn't it?
I'm led to believe that it would be best to end up speaking in proper private quarters.
Yes. And he looks over to a girl at the desk, and Amber, you recognize that this girl at the desk is your friend Julia. Julia, will you make sure that I'm not disturbed for a few moments? I'm going to be taking these patients back into a room. And she says, "Of course, Dr. Anderson." And he leads the three of you into a back room, a private lab in the back of the clinic of the hospital. And Amber, you see that he shuts and locks the door behind him.
That is concerning, but that's really not my concern now. What's Julia doing here? She should be here right now.
Hey,
Oh
Doc.
God.
I think you might have already guessed, but I think if you tried to diagnose us both, you'd find our conditions to be 2 minutes past terminal. I think that might also hold true for you.
Yes, well. Such is the way of things, isn't it?
Oh, good.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if I got you the right guy. Oh, God.
And I'm sorry,
God,
you didn't introduce yourself either.
Yes, my apologies. My name is Amber Dupree. It is a pleasure to meet properly Dr. Anderson.
It's a pleasure to meet you as well.
But
Miss
this...
Dupree. Ashley Sanderson's child.
He is my sire, yes.
I've met the man. Cordial.
Yeah. A little clingy. But sure, cordial's a way you could describe it, I guess.
And you, sir?
John.
John.
I guess, if you must, Mr. Bell. Oh, that was my father's name. Tired joke, but I'm Tish.
Of course.
I am simply here as a escort to the lovely Miss Dupree, who has, in her good graces, sought you out for information involving you and hoping she might make a better friend than that. Are you the type of friend that someone like Amber might need? Dr. Carl Anderson?
I believe I would have a bit of information on this individual, as he has been poking his nose around this place.
Has he?
Yeah. You strike me as the quiet type. Yeah, Dr. Anderson, no wonder we didn't hear about it sooner. Don't like to complain much. Might have wounded your pride.
Indeed. But what kind of information are you looking for, Miss Dupree?
Well, I would say that in this case it would be anything that you would have to offer, Dr. Anderson. You see, I have been having similar problems with you.
Indeed.
And not only has he done this, he's also as far as I'm aware, maybe made a mess of very good mine. And when confronted, attempted to make a mess out of myself. Doesn't even have... Nothing is sacred to that man, truly. It's to the point that he would carry a weapon even in a holy place such as a church.
How uncouth.
Quite so. But anything that you have to offer on the subject would be very appreciated.
Well, it seems like you have quite a bit of information about this particular individual.
I have bits and pieces, but unfortunately it's simply not enough to make a move such as that we might get him to cease his current activities.
Cease his current activities.
Yes, with his poking, prodding, putting his nose where it doesn't belong, as we have both been mutually suffering.
So far as I understand, this particular domain is under scrutiny at this point. A new Baron hasn't been appointed.
Currently,
Who's to say that he
I am
doesn't
aware.
stake claim on that? This is Anarch country, after all.
It is. But
Are you looking to claim territory from him?
more making sure that he doesn't claim territory. For you see, how do I? If as a show of good faith, I will give you a piece of information in exchange.
Hmm.
He is not of our particular affiliations, if you catch my meaning.
With rumors of
But
Camarilla being present in this city, I am not sure who you affiliate with.
I am Anarch, born, raised. He is not.
I see.
So for him to make a claim of territory, that would mean... What is the word that they use?
I use the term praxis.
Yes,
Hmm.
that is it. Praxis. Thank you.
Frankly,
well,
only a prince can claim praxis. Unless he decides to be prince. But, in Anarch territory, that won't go well.
No. So either, if he was to take territory, he would try to claim praxis as a prince, or he's not.
From what I know of this individual, I don't think that he's the princely type.
Hold up,
No.
hold up. I'm new to this city. What's the rules when it comes down to territory? Specifically where he's located.
Currently, there's no Baron across the entirety of the domain tested. No one's stepped up to take control of it. There's no Baron to sublet the domains. Currently, the things as they are now are managed by the current leaders of the domains. In fact, this one in particular I know is currently under a bit of a battle.
Doc, would you give me just 1 second?
Mhm.
He leans down but places a hand over his mouth as he whispers into her ear. If it's contested, wouldn't that mean you'd be able to take it? Just as a placeholder. Keeping order in the situation. I mean, if you got the support, if you have others who are willing to back your play. You think maybe this guy has enough that he might be able to? I mean, if this guy is in the hospital, maybe he runs this place, and if he does, then you only need to take a small portion. You don't need the whole thing. Just where Hughes had to keep it contested, right?
That's different domain entirely, but...
I'm not hearing you, Ember.
my apologies. So this will be whispering in. It's not such a bad idea, but on it need to see where things lie first, because one false step and I become very, very messy very, very quickly.
Look, you got the big bad old man behind you right now. Use it.
I think that's a discussion for after.
I'm saying right now you got a prime opportunity if I ever saw one. He doesn't like you. You don't like you. You got somebody backing you. You might be able to pull off a legitimate play here.
Yeah. So, Dr. Anderson,
Yes.
having found out what you have about the nature of the mutual thorn in our sides,
Yes.
and the fact that, yes, that he has been causing quite the issue for both of us. What would you say to an accord of sorts to
An accord.
deal with this menace? Left unchecked, I think he would, as far as I'm aware, attempt to clean house. Or at least that's the way that I'm sure he would put it. And, well, we can't, given the way that things are currently, cannot have that.
You intend to do what exactly?
Remove him.
Remove him.
Yes, remove him.
In what sense?
Either getting him out of the city or getting rid of him otherwise. I don't particularly care. He needs to go, is the big thing. He just needs to get out of the city. And I'm sure that you would agree that he's been causing you problems as well.
Yes, he's been poking his nose around here looking for someone.
Yeah.
Do you happen to know who he's looking for? I'll back you on this if you know this information.
I would like to end up stating for the record that Miss Dupree currently has the full endorsement of her coterie in this sort of maneuver, and they will end up providing for her the full support that they are capable of, but to end up having a individual of respect. And I would presume then that this hospital would be under your domain, Carl. Sorry, Dr. Anderson. Then another domain holder's vote and support would be a very strong favor, and I have no doubt Miss Dupree takes very good care of her friends.
Beautifully.
I don't doubt that at all.
As to the information that you seek, I am not exactly sure. Rumor through the grapevine has it that he's looking for apparently a broodmate of some kind?
Broodmate. Interesting.
Yes, I'm not sure myself though. That's just rumor.
He's going to insight check you.
I am gonna...
At a -2 penalty.
Yeah.
I'm at a -2 penalty, but I am attempting to lie my way through this, and I am attempting to feign innocence. So, would my specialty apply here?
Yes.
Yep. Manipulation or composure subterfuge?
Manipulation.
And I'm at +1, so that would make it a -1. It'll do.
You see that he gives you a look up and down, kind of gauging you a little bit, but makes no other movements of any kind. All right, then the agreement is that you would like to remove this Hugh and take his domain. Is that
Yes.
what I'm understanding? And you
Yes.
want the support of this domain.
Yes, I do. I am also aware of 2 members of this domain of good standing that I'm sure would also agree with something like this.
All right. I would have to garner the support of this domain first.
Yes. He's talking to
Since there
Clovis.
are 2 others who are contesting my presence here, I do have to settle that contest.
Who are the other 2?
A man by the name of Clovis, who has been a stickler for keeping his little portion of the research center. Dr. Castile has been a little bit more flexible in working with me, however, he's still a question. I don't know if he would support me running this domain, since I'm so new.
So what you're saying is if we can get Clovis to back off, that'll be enough.
Yes, I suppose it would be.
So we deal with Clovis. You'll assist in removing Hugh.
And have all of my assistance going forward in removing Hugh.
Well, Stewardess Dupree.
I very much think that this is agreeable.
Fantastic.
Although, I would like to ask a favor of you.
Certainly.
We shall deal with Clovis as far as his contesting of the domain is concerned. But if we get you into power, I would ask that you I would ask that you keep him around. He's a very useful individual, and letting him have his little toys as far as the research center, as far as his little part of the research center is concerned, would probably serve to be in your best interest. Let him play with his, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say cadavers, but
Well, he is Tremere. They like to do their research, and I'm not opposed to them doing so.
yes. Well then, we shall go ahead and deal with Clovis, so long as these terms are agreeable to you.
Certainly.
Alright. Perfect.
Was there anything else that I could help you with, Miss Dupree?
No, I do believe that that is everything.
I guess then you guys just shake on it and that's the end of it?
I would believe so.
And you see that Dr. Anderson gives his hand for a handshake.
And Amber would shake his hand.
And it's a pretty firm grip. Rock solid.
And Amber's grip isn't anything to sneeze at. It's not exception. It's solid enough for someone of her more like petite figure, as far as musculature goes.
Your sire has said a lot of good things about you, Miss Dupree. I hope that you're able to follow through.
One need not.
Nothing but to endeavor to do my best for the domain and everyone who resides in it.
What she's trying to end up saying is just watch her work and be impressed.
Of course.
Appreciate your time, Doc.
You both have
Sure
a
will
wonderful
be.
night.
I'm sure we'll be seeing you plenty soon.
Fantastic.
And Amber would nod in respect, and she would turn to leave.
And he gives you a sweet smile as you leave.
Nods to Dr. Anderson and starts walking right behind Amber. After he catches up, kind of looks her over. So, were your fears validated? No. Oh.
Something is...
What's on your mind, sweet cheeks?
Something has made me exceptionally paranoid as of late. So, whilst I won't take him at his word, I can't help but feel that there's something up. But I don't know if there's actually any credence to that, or if it's just the paranoia talking.
Well, maybe it's both.
Could be both. Oh, I'd really hope for it not to be both. But...
Amber, if you'd like to roll for that, you can give me a wits insight at your -2.
That's a total of 2 dice. So no, I'm gonna go ahead and try and do that. Especially since I'd only be able to re-roll one of those, and best I could hope for on that is a messy crit. So no, that'll be something that I'm gonna, if it's alright, it's something that will probably linger in the back of Amber's mind for a bit.
Alright.
Shelve that and come back to it later. Although she's definitely not going to stop thinking about it because of the fact that, you know, he was so very eager to help. Why was he eager to help? What does he stand to gain from this? Is he going to try and stab me in the back?
Can I roll an
So-
insight? Can I roll an insight, please, on Amber?
Yes, roll me a wits plus insight, and Amber, if you're trying to cover up your internal thoughts, that's a composure subterfuge.
No. No, she's not trying to cover up. She can't at the moment.
Then it is plain to read as day. She is paranoid about everything that just went on in that room. She's paranoid about you. She's paranoid about herself being here right now. It's plain as day this girl just is fight or flight right now.
Miss Dupree, if I might say, you look like you're starting to grow eyes in the back of your head.
Well, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, Mr. Bell, I feel like I'm growing up in the back of my head.
Just don't lose sight of what's in front of you.
Well,
I mean, if you had any idea on what it cost me to get you in that room right now.
I don't, and I think for both of our sakes that you shouldn't tell me. Simply put, I thank you for your expenditures of resources and everything else to get me that. We should leave it at that.
No, I don't think so. Because right now, I'm worried that this investment that I just openly proclaimed is going to backfire because you're about to end up putting into your head a really silly thought. Like, I don't know, how can I end up getting John to steer his car into a semi-truck in order to make him go away because he might turn on me? I don't need somebody who is currently looking at me the way you eyeball me. And then end up making me wonder on how the hell I'm gonna end up making out. I already had this talk with Velda on why the fuck should I end up staying. This was me trying to end up giving an opportunity to end up saying, hey, I might end up being rough around the edges. I don't particularly like you girls half the time, but I'm not about to just end up fucking off with a suitcase. But if I should have just...
Mr. Bell, whilst I might have all of these thoughts around my head at the moment, I will promise you at the very least they are not going to lead to anything harmful happening to you. I promise you that.
So what, we're gonna off the one guy who might be able to end up giving you something on Hugh?
No. No, no, we're going to go through with this. But I'm not going... I also have a way to get Clovis on side to back off.
Oh, this I wanna see.
I already have an idea in.
Then I guess we gotta go hunt down Clovis. And I guess the worst case scenario, if your way doesn't work, I can try mine.
On that one, not yet. I'm not in the mind to speak to Clovis. This will require an exceptionally focused mind, and with all of the thoughts rattling around in my head, I would very much rather you alive for different reasons. I've got a way to figure it out. I simply need to sit down, clear my mind, and I'll set up an appointment with Clovis, because I have a way to do that.
For now, while Amber is looking to set up an appointment with Clovis, we're going to switch gears and talk with Velda.
Yes.
Velda, you've made your way downtown, as busy as it is on a Friday afternoon. Or evening, I should say. It is busy in this section of town. It does take you quite a while to even get downtown with all of the traffic and all of the club scenes and all of the sights and all of the lights. But you make it to the Tower of Americas, into the parking lot. The person attending the portion downstairs allows you in as a VIP and sends you to the elevator directly. And you go up the elevator, the long single stop elevator, and are met with Jaden, who quickly escorts you to a seat in the back of the... Actually, he escorts you straight to Baron Batista's office. She's not even meeting you in the front of the restaurant tonight.
Oh my.
She takes you straight back to her office. Or he takes you straight back to her office. Knocks on the door. She allows the both of you in. And Jaden takes his stance outside the office door. And before you is your Baron. Velda.
Good evening, Baron Batista.
I figured since this was a bit important that we should get right down to business and not worry about what people may think you coming straight to the back.
Of course. Have you heard from Baron Jameson at all?
He has given me word that he would like to talk.
Beautiful. I spoke to him last night.
Perfect.
I would appreciate you and Baron Jameson becoming on the same page. With Delgato now no longer present in the city.
Even though
It's more
Jameson
important
is
than
accused
ever.
of being his murderer?
I believe Jameson when he says that it was not him. There is always the possibility that he was set up.
Then you haven't heard.
Haven't heard what?
Dren has gone missing. Dren Shehi?
He has he?
I haven't been able to contact him tonight. You wouldn't happen to know
I
anything
see.
about that, would you? He is a
I
Toreador
know.
after all.
I know some things.
Please.
I know somebody that I knew, suspected him of perhaps working for Camarilla.
And you see that she
After all-
pauses lengthy and just stares at you, unblinking.
After all, the Camarilla has made its way into the city. And
Yes.
Dren is the one that helps people get in and out.
And no one came to me with this.
I have just come to you. It seems that this person made a move before anything was figured. This makes things difficult.
Yes, it does. That means, Camarilla or not, I don't have someone watching the airport at the moment.
Indeed.
And I would rather have my enemies where I can see them.
Of course. I will chase this up. Find out what happened to him.
You
Now-
knew?
I know this person suspected him. And I suspect this person may have done something.
Who, Velda?
Someone I've been working with.
That's not an answer. Who?
They go by the name of John.
John.
John Bell.
Hiding out in Sanctuary right now, if I recall.
Yes. As I said, someone I've been working with.
And where is he
I
now?
hope he wasn't hasty. With someone else I've been working with. I don't know where. Said something about a hospital. More to the point, you have another 2 people missing, don't you?
I I am very aware.
2 young Ventru.
Yes.
Do you have people on the ground in that area? Looking into their missing.
I've put Fisk on I've put Fisk looking into it.
Who's looking into it?
And Loretta's looking into Dren's disappearance. They have backup each.
Sorry, just where Fisk is concerned, I would very much like to know what is going on there. I have a feeling, if you will, that there may be Camarilla influence in that area. But I can't be sure. It seems odd that 2 young Ventru would suddenly go missing.
Fisk and Loretta
And there
are
are
incredibly competent.
Supposedly 2 different groups of Camarilla poking their way into the city.
Yes, I am aware.
Well, I know exactly where one is.
If you know where they are, why hasn't it been dealt with?
The one that I know of, Hugh, is considered to be Scourge material.
Oh.
I came face to face with them and somehow managed to get out.
She continues to stare at you.
He managed to beat young Amber Dupree's face in the process. So you see, that's why nothing's been done. Fact is, I don't know how to deal with you. Which is one of the reasons why I was trying to get you and Jameson talking. We need some direction. Some leadership.
Do you know where his resources are? What his resources are?
No.
Then find out.
It shall be done.
If you can find his resources, you can cut him off.
I know he's made himself comfortable in a church in what used to be Buer's domain. The Nosferatu runner for Baron Delgato.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. I know that's where he's made himself comfortable. In fact, that church is where Amber and I came across him.
Then you should look for his resources there.
Very
Or
well.
find where he's getting anything from aid. Because the Camarilla does not send people without aid.
Mm-hmm. I hear there is also an ex-sheriff in the city. Or sheriff from Jackson. I don't know their name, but I've heard that they are here. There's not a lot of information being dropped around. So, the rumor mill is being controlled. Or at least that's what I think.
We need to get ahead of the game, Velda.
Yes, I'm tired of playing catch-up.
Find his resources and shut them down.
Well,
If you suspect a second group, find their resources and shut them down.
do you know where your young Ventru used to spend most of their time, by chance?
Sorry, which venture was that?
The two that have gone missing. The ones that Fisk is looking into.
In and around Castle Hills.
Yes. Anywhere specific?
From what I understand, Henriksen was a counselor.
Very well.
So start looking into counseling efforts. Mostly non-profit.
Non-profit, you say?
Everyone's got to start somewhere.
This is true.
And I believe he was instructing his child in that regard.
Would you be willing to put me in contact with Fisk?
Fisk has his ways. And
Very well.
she gives you the information on how you would get a hold of him.
Wonderful. I'll find out what happened to Dren as well. Or at least...
Concentrate your efforts.
Of course.
Everyone else is looking into Dren and Tony's disappearance. I need you helping to thwart this threat.
Of course.
If you need any physical backup, Emma's available. Emma Baines.
Of course. Is there anything else that you need from me while I'm here?
No.
In which case, I thank you very much for your time.
Is there anything that I can do for you, Velda?
Not at this point. I will keep you updated, though.
Please do. That is all that I ask.
Thank you, Baron Batista. And I think with that, Velda will leave if she is able to.
Yes, and with a motion of her hand, it's as if Jaden has telepathically read the instruction, because the door opens as soon as she gestures, and he is there to escort you out.
Yep. Okay, as soon as she's out, she's gonna head over to get food. And she's probably gonna call John.
John doesn't carry a phone.
Oh, that's Brody doesn't. Oh, she'll call Amber then.
This is Dupree speaking.
Amber? Could you put John on the phone for me?
I'm guessing we've gotten in the car and...
You kind of are on your way walking towards Talking to Clovis.
Well, I was gonna make an appointment with Clovis for later on because I can't like out of character I can't do it under the compulsion, and Amber herself doesn't feel like she's focused enough to talk to Clovis in the way that she needs to in order to get this done.
Okay.
So she was going to make the appointment a little later. That's why she told John, like, look, I can make the appointment. I know exactly how to get in contact with this guy.
Fair enough.
I know what needs to be done. But she's like, yeah, give me a second, I'll put him on.
Who's that?
It's Velda.
What does she want?
Can I inquire as to what this is about?
Look, you know I don't.
Dren, that's what this is about.
Dren. Carl looks to John. Do you know anything about Dren? Because I haven't spoken to him in a while.
Who's that? Oh, the Cammy son
Corridor.
of a bitch. Right.
Wait. One moment, Velda. And she's actually gonna mute the phone. Like, mute the mic on the phone. Because it's serious.
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Okay, we need to get outside. And Amber would unmute the phone. I get unmute the phone and pull it back up to her ear. It's like, yeah. Apparently, John does know something about.
Yes,
Dren.
I know he does. I know he does. We had this discussion last night.
What's going on?
Dren's gone missing, is what's going on. And Batista is fucking pissed off.
Ah, right. I'm guessing it's not a long walk to the entrance.
No, you're basically out the door now.
Yep. Amber's gonna mute cover the mic again. It's like, do you know? Apparently he's gone missing. Do you know what happened to him?
Do I know anything that happened to him? Well, might have shared a rumor with a particularly voracious individual who...
A particularly voracious individual.
Or 8. What, you think you're the only ones who hate cammies here?
No. Right, yeah, so I'm gonna pass the phone over to John now. Actually, wait. Question. Given my talk with Urian regarding the La Sombra, would I know of their issues with technology?
I don't think Urian mentioned that specifically, so give me a wits plus occult.
Let me check the dice pool for that.
At your neg
No, that's one. That's one die. So no, not a hope in hell of that. Never mind.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass the phone to John. You right to take this, or do you want me to, or?
Yeah, sure. I'll end up taking it. He just kind of smiles with this shit-eating grin.
Amber's gonna hand him the phone.
And let me double check here.
I believe that's listed in your Bane severity as...
Yeah, I accidentally didn't fill it up on my character sheet, so I gotta flip through the through the pages to make sure I got it right.
I believe it's a fairly easy technology roll.
It's 2
Bane.
severity.
Let's see here. In addition, use of modern technology, including making a simple phone call, requires the technology test of difficulty plus 2 Bane severity as microphones and all that. So, yeah. So, what kind of test are we using here?
Just use...
Technology plus what? Yeah.
Composure.
Composure plus... Okay. And in fact, that is a bestial failure.
That it
Oh,
is.
God.
So go ahead and roll on the table for me your bestial failure.
Fucking hell.
Ooh, 7. What's 7? Sorry, just loading up my book right now. That is harm.
Oh God.
My dude, you want to hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Makes all the sense in the world, to be honest.
Okay. So, he gets on the phone. And to Velda, what you hear is.
John?
And Amber, this entire time you end up hearing John. Look, I told you him flat out. Alright? Somebody was gonna end up doing some shit the second that got out. You think I was the only one who ended up hearing this shit? And at the end of the night, I keep telling you that I don't do phones and I don't have these conversations on phones. You want to end up talking to me? You talk to me here straight. And he kind of looks at the phone. Amber,
Hello?
I'm under the impression you are under. You really do love your phone. It's probably bedazzled, charms on it, and all that. You strike me as that kind
It's
of
probably
girl,
the
right?
latest model of
Bit there.
Samsung.
It looks
Yeah.
like the bait seeping into real life.
It looks like what?
Could you repeat that, Derek? I didn't.
No, what?
John's
what
abilities affected the internet.
I'm guessing this phone is deckled out and a lot of charms and
It is a little
bedazzled and all
bit.
this.
It is a little bit.
Probably even the best iPhone of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this has
I
got a.
heard 10.
Oh wow, this cost you a pretty penny, and it's very probably even color coordinated, isn't it?
Yep. No, it would be.
Yeah, at this point it's dust. He literally just crushes the thing in frustration, and then literally drops the pieces on your lap. I don't do phones.
Oh, I know that now, but did you destroy it?
It was pissing you off, John. The phone itself was pissing you off.
I just get a dial tone at the end. I'm like, fuck!
Yep, you get the call ended beep on your own phone.
Well, I just also phone. Okay.
Velda, you try to call Amber's phone back and it doesn't respond.
Food first, then I need to meet up with them.
Careful about that fury frenzy.
Food.
She did like that phone, but she's not in such a bad way that she can't get another one. It's more of an inconvenience than something that really, really irritates her. Oh boy, okay.
So, Velda,
Yes.
where, and how do you plan on feeding?
Club Cosmo.
Okay.
Cosmos.
Since you haven't really developed that as a domain, it is still a difficulty 7.
Yes.
So, unassisted, that would be your normal hunting roll.
Do, however, have a herd there.
You do have a herd, yes.
And I would actually like to feed on my herd.
Okay. And how many dots of herd do you have, and how many are you spending?
I have 3 dots of herd. I would like to take 2.
Okay. Then go ahead and mark that in a way that you know that those 2 dots will take 7 days from tonight in order to refill.
Yep.
And you are fed.
Sweet.
You go to the club. You spend maybe an hour, maybe 2, mingling with some of the patrons. You see a couple of faces that you are familiar with. Maybe a lot that you aren't. But you pick out one of your regulars. You take them into a back VIP area. You sit them down, you have a conversation with them, you're lulling them into a very nice, kind of calm state. And
Probably goes very sexual.
quite
Knowing
possibly.
her.
Knowing your feeding style, yes, it does. And you make out with this person, and then you sink your teeth in, and you enjoy such a sweet and delectable taste. What is the resonance that you have chosen for your herd?
Didn't mark it.
At 3 dots, you
I
pick
think
2.
it was sanguine.
It's at 3, you get to pick 1 a week, I believe.
You get to pick 2, I thought.
I actually don't have it marked down.
I'll pick 2.
What would you like it to be?
2. Sanguine.
Sanguine.
And fudge. I don't know.
If that's the one you want for today, you can pick the other one some other time.
Yeah, I think that's what'll happen.
Yeah, it's 7 to 15 with 2 different ones that you pick each week when you feed on different herd members, and the next one up is pick 2 every week.
Yep. So sanguine is the one that you have picked for this particular feed. So let's roll for some intensity. And it's pretty juicy. It's not anything that sticks very heavily, but it's a very solid flavor. This person is absolutely writhing in your arms and is very much absorbed into that very sexual experience with you. And so there you are.
Yay. And then I'm gonna head back to the meeting house, where hopefully the other 2 will show up.
Is there anything else that John and Amber are doing before getting to the meeting house?
Well, I was gonna make a call, but I can't do that now, so no.
I'm
No, I
sorry, it
cannot.
rolled harm.
Oh, I know. There's no hard feelings about it. I'm just like, that's the one that I didn't want, and it just so happened the dice, somebody else's dice decided to fuck me. So, no, it's gonna be going back to the meeting house.
Give the guy who refuses to use the phone. No information was collected. You got to hear a bunch of shouting, and now you have pieces.
Yep. Well, Amber now knows not to give John a phone anymore, because she didn't actually hear that he doesn't like using phones. But she knows that now. She very much knows that now. Actually,
Yeah, Velda actually didn't know either.
Considering he crushed it, the question there is the SIM still intact? Because this thing didn't have an SD card because it's an iPhone.
High or low?
Do you want me to roll strength plus athletics plus potence?
Nope, I'm just gonna do it as a high or low.
High.
No, I like the higher
No.
low. I like my chances better.
Oh,
Your SIM is still intact, so you can still put it in a new phone. It's just
put it in a new
inconvenient.
phone. Yeah, and given iCloud and stuff, all of my stuff will be backed up with the cloud, so I can download that, and that's fine. It's gonna be a pain in the ass because I still need to get a new phone. But at the very least, it's not as bad as it could have been. So when we get back to the meeting house, luckily Amber has a laptop stashed in her car. That's off. Now bag. RFID blocking bag, because you don't want your you don't want your information stolen. So she'll probably go ahead and order a new phone to a PO box.
And so you have it. The three of you have reunited. Luckily, given that none of you actually heard to go back to the meeting house.
Amber was gonna go back there anyway for some solitude time, but this works too. Truly.
Since I did not hear a fucking word of what you said on the phone, which, by the way, that is a very interesting piece of information, John. That would have been nice to know that you don't use phones. Because it doesn't work.
I said I don't use phones. That's the end of the conversation.
Point being, Dren better be alive. Or at least some semblance of it.
Why, you gonna do something about Sweet Cheeks?
No, but Batista might.
Yeah, great. That'll be fantastic. And, how many people is she gonna take out doing that?
No idea. Currently, she's got Loretta looking into it.
That's fantastic. Loretta's gonna be having a very fucking busy night. You see, I'm not the only one who probably ended up thinking that. I know I'm not the only one. Yeah, knows it.
I did have to drop your name.
Yeah,
saying that you suspected that.
Yeah.
So there's that.
And that puts me in line with about a quarter of the city. Congratulations, really narrowed it down there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. But regardless, Fisk is looking into everything with the Ventru that are missing. I haven't had a chance to go and check it yet because I needed to come and talk to you first. Because I know you're somebody that acts rashly.
You know I'm somebody who gets shit done, and I don't ever let myself be on the back foot.
Acts rashly.
Correct me again, Velda. See what happens.
We do not need this right now.
No, we really don't.
Well, I mentioned my concerns to her. So at least we know she's looking into it. And her and Jameson have organized talks. So that's that.
Oh, that's good.
See, things are getting done. And I know I'm sick of playing catch up. Dren going missing is a problem.
Problem?
Yes, because now there is no eyes entrance.
There wasn't any eyes before. That's the part
He was
you
at
don't
least
seem to
passing
get.
some information. Some.
Oh, great. So you got bad intel. Okay, fantastic.
Bad intel is better than no intel.
Then why didn't you just go over there and cover it yourself?
Because I have no connections in that area. But, that being said, I figured I would let you guys know that I'm going over to Castle Hills.
Why would you be going out there?
Because that's where those two Ventru went missing. And that's what I've been asked to work on by Batista.
Fantastic.
And I thought I'd be kind enough to give you a heads up. So take that however you will, John.
Yeah. Okay. I'll keep that in mind and all that. It's just I need to sort out getting a new point of contact because, well, my phone is now dust. Thank you,
That
Ron.
makes things interesting. Well,
It's alright, the sim is still intact and everything's backed up to the cloud, so I can get everything back. It's just a matter of actually getting a new handset in my hands.
yes. Well, if you've got a computer, at least you can use a VoIP service.
Yes, I do have a laptop, so that's fine. I'll just need to go and order a new phone.
Okay.
I suppose I
Well-
was looking for a little bit of an upgrade anyway.
Are either of you proficient in tracking?
Might know a thing or two about a thing or two.
Okay.
I do not. No,
Well,
I do not.
I have a starting point, at least, for finding these Ventru. And that was that they were a part of non-profit counseling efforts. Which might be a good place to start in order to find wherever the fuck they've gone. Counseling.
Like psychological counseling?
Yes.
Okay.
Batista also believes that we should be targeting resources. Specifically, Hugh's resources. So, do we know anything about Hugh's resources?
No, not that I know of. But we might know somebody who does.
Okay.
They
we
already
know
stated
anything?
their price.
Pardon?
Yes. John and I went to meet with a contact of John's.
Well, more accurately, my contact ended up reaching to his contact, which they were reaching some old friends, and it basically ended up costing me about 2 decades worth of work.
I see.
But you got your in.
Thank you
Yes.
for that.
So there is an end.
And thank you for throwing me under the bus. Now, you said that you need to end up getting information on them. You know what you need to do. Yeah. Stuart is too pretty.
Yeah, no, I know what I need to do. I do know what I need to do. And I am going to go and do that. However, I need to head back to my haven first and get my laptop. Because I need digital contact to be able to get this done. So I'm gonna go ahead and do that. You said that you knew things about tracking, so if you and Velda want to go and
Yeah.
do this venture tracking business, I'll contact you as soon as things are sorted out.
Alright.
Thank you.
You do know that this is not going to be a polite conversation thing, right?
Of course not.
Fantastic. Just as long as we understand each other. Alright. Let me go and get into some of my contacts going. Do you know the names of these Venture?
Yes. Donovan Rios and Townley Hendrickson.
Let's see here. Alright, Dominic.
Donovan.
Donovan. Rios. And Hendrickson. First name?
Townley Henriksen.
Towney.
Towney.
Alright. Non-for-profit.
Non-for-profit. I do remember hearing something about local NA and AA groups.
And groups. Anything else?
No.
Alright. Then I gotta go and shake a few trees loose. See what I can find out beforehand, so maybe I might end up having a lead.
Okay.
So when do you want to meet up there?
As soon as possible.
Give me an hour. I gotta do some driving. See, as much as I would love to have a phone, the fact of the matter is that's not how this typically works. I have
Yes,
to end up
apparently they don't work.
So, I gotta do everything on foot. Well, let me go get to driving. Meet you at that one, the intersection with the thing. Yeah, meet you there. Probably in an hour.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, while you guys are doing that, I'm gonna go order myself a new phone. Actually, I'm gonna see if I still have my spare handset, just to use whilst I order a new phone.
Amber, your meeting.
Yeah.
This person was supposed to know information about you, correct?
Yes.
What did you get?
On information? A lot of it seems like he's been bumming about, but it didn't seem that he knew anything that we didn't already know. However, I managed to come to an accord as far as getting rid of him is concerned.
Okay.
He wishes to have the hospital domain.
And how does that help us get rid of Hugh?
All I have to do is tell Clovis to back off the domain. Back off the domain, the whole of the domain. He'll be allowed to keep his peace, and we will have the support of that entire domain in getting rid of Hugh and going forward. And
Didn't we already have Clovis's support in that?
not completely. We had
As far as I
Clovis.
was aware, Clovis was interested in getting rid of Hugh himself.
Clovis is interested in getting rid of Hugh himself, but he didn't have any proper support to give.
So, why should this person have control of the domain?
He's interested in stopping the squabbling. Dr. Castile and Clovis have been at it since before Delgado passed. Wishes to bring solidarity to the domain, and quite frankly, it's what they need at the moment. Trying to deal with two people is a lot more difficult than trying to deal with one.
And you are aware there have been talks between the domain holders that Clovis was a part of, correct? And
Yes.
as to putting a new Baron in place?
Yes. And this person will be made sure to be brought before that new Baron and properly vetted for everything that it's worth.
They haven't put one in place yet, as far as I'm aware.
No,
Although Mr. Doyle will know more about that.
Once that happens, that is. Because I know it hasn't happened yet. If it had, I'm sure I would be aware of it. But I must note to you, Velda, that it also clears up the issue of no one having control of Bio's domain.
Yes, no one has control of Bio's domain.
So I will have that domain support in not only removing you. But in holding that domain as well.
I want to try for Wolf again.
We
Because
should
I
try
have a
for Wolf.
sneaking suspicion that Wolf is working with you. Maybe not by his own admission, but it would be nice
Don't know
to
how you
talk
would
to
get-
him.
I can put
Do
the sign up,
you-
but I don't know if he'll come.
Do you have any idea where he might go?
No idea.
You're a lot of help.
Look, I've talked to Wolf a total of once.
Yes, you're also actually a member of this domain. Me, on the other hand, I'm a member of Batista's domain and I know nothing about this area.
Look, as far as Wolf is concerned, Wolf, I don't know if he still even lingers around this domain anymore. After what
Oh.
happened, I'd probably say that he doesn't. You could again try and wait here for an hour and see if he shows up. If I put the sign up, but I doubt that he will.
No, I don't think he will either.
So I would say that it's best to assume that Wolf has gone to ground. That he cannot be relied upon for anything. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go to my haven, I need to grab my laptop, I need to get back into the digital space, I need to clear my head, and I need to get in contact with Clovis and order a new phone. Or look for my spare handset, fix that whilst, and order a new phone. So,
Get to it. You could have been doing that while we were talking.
well, I need to go to my haven. Sure.
You don't have a computer here.
Not one connected to the internet, no. Normally I would hotspot my phone to connect to the internet out here, but no phone.
Velda pulls her laptop out that she kind of left here and just hands it to Amber.
I need to head home and grab the phone anyway, so it's fine.
Just make use.
Make use.
Make use of it. You can get it done now.
Alright. And Amber is going to order a new phone through basically through click and collect, so that she can go and pick it up first thing tomorrow morning. Sorry, first thing tomorrow night, rather. Tomorrow morning, where I want to give me death.
You would know that most of the AT&T stores close by 8 p.m. and it doesn't get dark until about 9 these days.
Oh, okay.
So you're gonna have to have it delivered.
I'm gonna have to have it delivered. I suppose I could have it delivered to the post office and pick it up there. That would work.
And to overnight, it's gonna cost a lot.
Yeah, overnight is fine. I will. I will spend that money. At the very least, it won't break the budget, but it will strain it a bit. But I'm not planning on spending any more money. So. Yep.
But it's ordered. It'll be at wherever you decide it will be at on the next business day,
Yeah. So
which is likely Monday.
today's the Friday, isn't it?
Today is Friday.
Damn it. Alright. In which case, yeah, probably have I imagine Amber probably has a PO box
For such things.
fan mail, and it's like, yeah, just so that she's not getting stuff delivered straight to her haven, so that people can't track her and stuff. That would just be a modeling thing.
Mm-hmm.
So she could probably get delivered to the PO box. In which case,
Amber? Make sure you get a spare.
yeah, I do have a spare. I do have a spare, which I'm just about to go and grab and use. Whilst this one. So I will. So I will need to go ahead and head out to my haven
Okay.
to go ahead and grab that spare handset.
I think
It's
I'm gonna
another
make my
right.
way out.
It's
To the
another. It's
point.
another right. It's another iPhone. It's a little older, but yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
I think I'm gonna make my way out to the area that John wanted to meet and just wait.
All right. For the moment, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, but we will be back and figure out what John and Velda are going to be up to and what Amber plans to get up to after the break. Don't go anywhere, everyone. Welcome back, everyone, to San Antonio by Night, The Oncoming Storm, Episode 19. Where we left off, Amber was going home to go and get herself a new handset for her iPhone and start syncing all of her data, while trying not to be paranoid about the fact that she's syncing her data from the cloud, because God knows what else is out there. Are there hackers? Are there people who are watching her? Who knows? But in the meantime, John had stopped by a contact of his and was looking to see if he could get some information on this Donovan Rios and Tony Hendrickson, but to not much more avail than they already had. So, we meet up with John and Velda, having gathered together after about an hour or so, doing a little bit of things, and are likely going to hit the pavement to see if they can find these missing Ventru. In Castle Hills, you see that the streets are fairly busy along the intersections. The inside loop of the city does go through this part of town, and you find that even at night, it's a fairly busy portion of the city. It's not necessarily ritzy, but it's not necessarily run down either. And so you have decided to meet in a prearranged place, which is likely at the corner of one of the major streets, and what you decide to do from there is up to you.
So did you find anything?
Well, unfortunately, as far as the less savory elements of the city, they don't know jack shit about it. So no one put a hit out. No one decided to end up trying to pull out any income out of the non-for-profit. Because let's be honest here, non-for-profit just simply means we're keeping it off the books.
That's exactly right.
So nothing ended up coming up on that.
Well, I have physical locations for their meeting places.
Fantastic.
But no meetings tonight, so I would say that's where our first stops are going to be.
Sounds about right. Well, lead the way, mon capitan.
And Velda would make her way to the first of the meeting places that she'd found for, because I believe you said she'd found 3?
You found 3 places that
They meet up for these meetings?
meet up for NA, like 1 for NA and 2 for AA, as far as their affiliation goes. And you know also that Fisk has been in the area as well, so you may or may not run into him.
Yeah. I had to be very careful right now. I'm keeping an eye out. Honestly, this whole thing just smells like a setup, but we'll find out. Alright.
So, as we approach the first of the 3 meeting places, I'm gonna switch on my Sense the Unseen.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a roll. You're not seeing anything that shouldn't be there.
No signs of struggle anywhere.
That wouldn't necessarily come up on an unseen roll. If you want to look around as far as investigating, you can do me a wits or resolve, depending how much time you want to spend. And also, there's really only a couple of hours left in the night.
I think I'm gonna end up using resolve and investigation. Does Velda have the ability to end up assisting with an investigation dot?
Yes, I do.
Alright. So.
Okay.
4. Respectable.
You look around the place. It seems that this particular place meets at a kind of a shopping center. And so you go to the place. It's locked up, but you look around and do what you can to see if you can find any evidence of any struggle of any kind. There doesn't really seem to be one here. It's locked up, it's clean, it's ready to be used the next time that they want to have a meeting. It looks like a professional counselor's office that you see in this shopping center. And so you see hallways, you see a front desk where a receptionist would be, but it is closed.
What's the name on the door of this place?
It would be randomly generated because I don't have a name for it.
See anything, John?
Nah. Place looks
Neither.
clean. Either they're really good at covering their tracks or they weren't here. I don't see any cards or anything like that telling me they ain't here, so.
And Velda and John, looking around the building when you do kind of look, because it's on one of the corner of this shopping center, around the back you do see a sign indicating that that Tony did stake claim in this particular domain. So he does visit here.
Downey, huh?
Yep. So there's a mark there?
Yeah, there's a mark that would indicate this is his domain.
I'm gonna take note of that mark.
And you would also know this as a call sign should you need to contact him, that you would spray this somewhere in his domain as well.
Yep.
You would know he tends to be one of those that likes to keep off of the phones.
Mm-hmm.
Makes them smart, I guess. Alright.
Now I know what to look for.
Alright. What's your next step?
Well, the next step would be to check out the second and third place on the list, see if it's the same there.
Alright.
And then maybe pop in the local bars and restaurants. Look at the upper class areas, places where Venture would normally hang out.
So it's gonna be more than a day trip. Got it.
Yeah, might have to cross over into next night.
Yeah. Alright. Playing it your way.
How would you suggest?
You know anything about these loser groups that they got going?
Not really.
Fantastic. Give me a goddamn schedule. I'll figure it out.
Can I look up a schedule for this place?
Yeah, you would have that available to you. The next meeting is on Monday.
Is when?
On Monday.
She
Monday
pulls
night.
it out and hands it to him.
So, 3 days. Great. Well, I guess we'll scope out everything we can, and if we don't turn up anything, I guess I'll sit in. Who knows, maybe I'll just put out one of those bastards out of their misery, and hey, congratulations, you didn't take a drink for the rest of your life.
Fair enough. How many hours do we have left in the night?
You've probably spent about an hour and a half here.
Do we want to visit the next place? Cutting it short.
At least not one, not.
Yes or no?
Yeah, let's do.
Okay. They head to the next place.
And I imagine that you go through the same kind of thing, so...
Yep.
Roll the same. Roll the same roll.
Yep,
Also check it with Auspex.
do it.
I'm gonna willpower that.
Okay.
3.
Okay. Velda, you do see something.
Hmm.
You see an individual kind of scoping the place out in much the same way that you are.
Oh. Oh, I wish I hadn't seen that.
And the reason that you picked up on it is because he looks so nondescript, and he originally looked like he was just part of the, I guess, cleaning staff doing the walkway of this particular shopping center. But upon a closer look, you see that he is in fact Nosferatu.
Mm. She is going to approach him. Excuse me.
Can I help you?
Yes, this place. Do you know when it's open next?
I think the next opening is tomorrow. This is a psychologist's office.
Yes. A gentleman named Tony.
Tony,
No?
you're looking for Tony.
Or Donovan?
She's into threesomes. Though I'm sure she can make it a foursome for a handsome gentleman such as yourself.
I've seen you around, lady. I've seen you. You kind of hang out over at
Velda.
San Pedro, right?
Sorry, what was that?
You kind of hang out over a little south of here.
Yes. Yes, I do.
Little club called Cosmos, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've seen it. I know who you are. And who are you, big fella?
Picking on the elderly, I see how this is. I like your style, kid.
Really, though, what are you doing here?
Looking for people.
Yeah, you said Tony and Donovan.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't anybody tell you I was already here?
Yes, Batista did.
So you're kind of making it look like I have multiple people here.
I'm looking into possible Camarilla.
Possible Camarilla what? That they hit?
Presence.
That they hit him? That he's gone because of them?
I don't know. That's what I was hoping to find out.
Well, I've been checking these places out for a couple of days now. Nothing.
Have you found anything?
Nothing.
And Townie hasn't been responding to his marks?
No. It's the first thing I tried. You don't think I know how to do my job?
Concerning. No, I know you know how to do your job.
Then let me do my job.
That's why I'm so concerned. Do you know where else they hang out, by chance?
Yeah, there's one other place that I've been checking out, and I know that Tony has connections over there, but I already checked.
And nothing?
Nothing. No signs of struggle, no signs of Donovan, no signs of Tony, no signs of them answering anything. I've even tried their cell numbers, which they don't give out to many people. Nothing.
I'm concerned that there may have been foul play.
I mean, most people assume foul play the second somebody goes missing.
Yes, but foul play on the hand of Camarilla. See, a similar thing happened with Bure. He disappeared off the radar, and then suddenly we discovered Camarilla in his domain.
Yeah, well, good fucking riddance on Bure.
That tends to be the general consensus.
I mean, I didn't like the guy, but he was pretty good at his job, so if he was doing what he was supposed to, then I'd have no beef. But he's just generally unlikable.
I can't imagine what that's like.
Nah. Bure wasn't the prickly
So-
sort. He was the sort that had dirt on everybody.
That's the reason he had to go bye-bye.
Pretty sure.
So what about these two? What did these two have, besides location?
Tony's, if I remember right, he's young. He's, I don't know, been embraced since the 50s, I think. I don't know. But, recently just took on a child and has been educating him. As far as that's all I know. As far as their personal business, anyway.
Seems to be all anybody knows.
Well, I haven't really met Donovan, so kind of know him
You
by
haven't-
face only, but that's about it.
Wait. Donovan's the kid?
Yeah, Donovan's the kid.
Ah, shit.
I thought it was the other way around.
Had you never met Tony, Velda?
No, I don't believe I have.
Yeah, he's alright.
Well,
He just hasn't been, doing much for the last 2 or 3 years.
That seems odd.
Taking care of a kid. What else are you gonna do? I mean, the Ventry at least look after their childer.
Yes, but that doesn't normally stop them achieving great things.
No, Tony had pretty much settled into what he was all about for a bit, and figured he'd settle.
that's a first. Now, see, here's the thing, Velda. Now I know I'm in another country, because I have just heard the most absurd thing I have ever heard in my long tenure.
Eventually settling.
Adventure decided to settle.
I suppose that means for now. That doesn't mean he's gonna forever. But
Maybe, but still, you know, I'm almost mildly impressed. Oh, come on, admit it, you thought of it too.
I thought it was weird.
the way he talked about it, he had a kind of a good gig. But who am I to say?
Kind of a good gig, as in his psychology, or?
Yeah. I mean, if all you really need in life is a little bit of ambition and somebody to feed on, you're set.
I see. Everyone's got to start someplace.
Alright, this is all real cozy and merry. But,
Yeah, you're kind of getting in the way of my investigation right now.
I would have to ask, though. So you're telling me that these individuals have just basically uprooted, done disappeared, and that's the end of it? Like, there's no thoughts onto where they might have gone or anything like that?
Well, they didn't leave word, so they either went to ground or they disappeared. And with all of this shit with the Camarilla coming in, I can't blame them for either of that. You know, sometimes it's better off dead, but...
Shit. I hear you, kid.
But, you know, if they left, which may or may not be the truth, either way, this isn't like a big piece of the domain. This is just
a quick.
Tony's little quarter that he found appealing.
Yes. Just a quick thought, and this is external to Tony. Have you by chance heard of any new Nosferatu popping in?
New?
Outsiders?
I haven't really had word with the Unclaimed, no.
How
It's
about
me and
Wolf?
Loretta here. Wolf?
Loretta?
Well, Loretta's the only other Nosferatu in Batista's domain.
Wolf isn't from Batista's domain,
Oh.
but he was Bjor's child, if I remember correctly.
Ah.
Have you heard anything about him?
No. Last I heard he was in Sanctuary, and that was weeks ago. And the last time I went to Sanctuary, you know, kind of got my ass chewed out for trespassing, so...
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Who chewed you out?
Doyle.
Oh, of course. I can't say I'm surprised, but...
Yeah, honestly, I thought he would have left the ass chewing to a professional like you, but here we are.
Well, guess that's what I get for being nosy.
Yeah, don't beat yourself up too much,
What?
kid.
What were you being... Sorry, what were you being nosy about?
He had just been given the domain. Figured I'd go check it out.
Oh, I see.
You know, something new happens, I go check it out.
And that was only a few weeks ago.
Maybe a month and a half? Something like that.
So what did you learn about him?
About who?
Well, I figure you get your ass chewed out, you might as well have gotten something for it.
Yeah, he's kind of a prick.
Checks out. I don't think he's lying.
I don't have any reason to be lying.
No.
I'm nothing
you
to
don't.
game.
But
I'm a terrible liar anyway. And you can trust me on that. And he kind of gives a bit of a wink.
Hmm.
Well, I'm just getting all warm and fuzzy right now. Alright,
Oh,
then,
good for you.
investigator.
Fisk.
There we go. See, somebody dropped that Fisk. That's for us.
I'll leave you to it, Fisk. If you do hear anything, would you let me know?
How do I get a hold of you?
She gives him her number, and she
I don't
says, "You can
use
also find me.
phones.
You can also normally find me in Sanctuary. So if it's an emergency, you can find me there.
Well,
Or Cosmos."
Cosmos.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Well, I hope you two have a lovely night. I've got some things to take care of.
Of course. Enjoy yourself. And stay out of trouble.
Pleasure meeting you, Fisk.
Pleasure to meet you. What was it? What was your name?
Bell.
Alright. Buzz off.
He kind of gives a one-finger salute with a grin.
And he goes back about investigating the place. And from what you can tell, he's kind of doing what he can to improve the fact that you saw through his disguise.
Yeah, that's fine. So nobody knows anything. Supposedly disappeared without a trace. This is problematic.
Seems a lot of people are disappearing without traces.
It fits the pattern. Oh, I wish I knew what the next step was.
I'll look into it for you. Jesus, by that time I'm gonna be incurring a life debt because of you people.
Well, I'm gonna look into things myself as well. Maybe
So what
see
do
if I can't get in contact with some other vampires in this area.
What do you actually need?
Don't know. Anything. Something to follow. Something to latch onto.
No. Maybe. Just as a thought. Maybe you're going about this backwards.
Maybe.
Look, your honeypot. Use it. Honestly, why the fuck are you looking for people? We could just get them to come to you. I don't know. Half my nights here with you people have been running around left, right, and center. At this point, I'm starting to get paranoid because all the streets are starting to talk to me because we're all that friendly.
True. Well, there's no point in going to the third meeting place. Or the third meeting place. If Fisk has already checked all of this out.
Assuming he's on the straight and narrow.
Assuming. Well, he's doing what he was asked, so.
I'm just a little bit concerned. I have a theory, but you don't want to hear it.
I'll hear it. It's just, are you going to act on it immediately?
You assuming I'm gonna act on it? I've acted on anything immediately. I am currently responsible for one death as requested by the group.
Hmm.
You're the one who seems to want to end up putting this cami on my head boots. But
Well,
let me spill a little bit of a insight here for you. If Batista is actually in on this, or if one hand washes the other, and I'm right, people got wise to it, somebody often. Right now, somebody might be trying to cover up tracks. And how do you cover up your tracks better than you being the one in charge of the investigation?
hmm. That's a fair point.
So, I'll leave it to your decision. But, right now, I'm finding trust to be a very, very hot commodity. Very low supply, very high demand.
Maybe that's all part of the plan. For now, I think heading home is going to be our best option. I need to think. I need to absorb and figure out what the next move is.
Well, don't hurt yourself too much.
I'll try not to strain anything delicate.
Well, I don't want you accidentally getting yourself off.
Only accidentally.
Eh,
When I get off, I like to do it intentionally.
accidental discharges happens for everybody. He just starts walking.
Yeah, Velda's gonna head home. She doesn't know what to do next.
Alright. Then I suppose what we'll do is we'll catch up with Amber, who has made her way back to the hospital, this time towards the research center, where Clovis tends to hang out. And so you go to the university side of the UT Medicine campus, and you head towards the research center where you know Clovis to be. And he's there to meet you at the front entrance of this research center. Pleasure to see you, Miss Dupree. Gavin?
Mr. Dupree is not available. Please leave a message after the tone.
I wonder
There
if
we
his
go.
headphone died.
There
we
we
go.
are.
No. Mike was freaking out for a second. My apologies. Clovis. I'm so glad that you were able to meet with me on such short notice.
Yes, well, I figure it's better to be available than to not.
I can agree with that.
What can I do for you?
I have a concern.
As we all do.
Yes.
They're
What are
growing
your,
mountainous
what are your
these nights.
thoughts? What are your thoughts on Dr. Anderson?
Dr. Anderson.
Yes.
I can't say that I've interacted with him much. He's new here. And sadly, I haven't gotten around to speaking with him on a more lengthy basis.
Yeah. Do you have
Which I
somewhere
should get
private
to.
we can talk?
Yes, and he leads you into the research center through a couple of corridors and into a lab where there may be some experiments going on here. You're not entirely sure. But you see that he has kind of cordoned everything off where things should not be touched and kind of leads you towards the desk in the middle of the room.
Okay. So, I had a talk with Dr. Anderson tonight.
Mm.
Managed to get in contact with him through a friend of mine.
I see.
I'm curious.
About?
You see, when I was talking to him, I was under the thought that he had information on Hugh. Apparently, Hugh's been poking around here.
Poking around the hospital, I'm sure. If he knew where I was, he would come for me.
Yeah. But the fact that he knew anything at all was kind of concerning. There was also mention of gathering his help with dealing with Hugh.
I'm confused.
I shall explain in just a moment as I gather the words. I do need to jump off mic for just a second because my food is here.
Mm.
Is anybody else having Paranoid Android playing in their head right now because of this scene? It just seems appropriate.
I don't know the song, but
The title makes you think.
Hello.
hello?
Is anybody there?
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, okay.
He's getting the food.
Oh no, I said pardon to what you said before, and I didn't get a response because I couldn't hear you.
Aw, boo.
Okay, my apologies for
Alright, go on mute.
Yeah. He has made it clear that he wants to stake claim to this domain fully.
They just can't leave well enough alone now that Delgado's dead, can they?
No. And the thought was that if I helped him in this endeavor, that he would leave the research center to you and take the rest of the domain. And that he would assist in the removal of Hugh from yours domain, as well as support my claim in taking over that old domain.
That's rather bold.
It is, but this, with how agreeable he was in such things, and the fact that there's still the matter of Dr. Castile, which he said he would deal with on his own, brings up concern.
What do you mean?
By his own admission, Dr. Anderson said that Dr. Castile was the more difficult of between you two as far as staking claim in the domain of proper is concerned.
Castile and I have
And yet,
a mutual agreement, be it Rocky, that he stays at the hospital and I stay here in the research center.
yes, but in the end, neither of you fully hold claim to this domain. You want split.
No, that's true.
As far as Anderson was concerned, he believed Castile to be more prickly one in taking over the domain, believing you to be more amenable to a proper agreement where you are left the research center to do what it is that you wish to do. And that concerns me. And the reason that concerns me is, why would it be that he himself would decide to take on the harder of the two tasks? Or at least what he says in his mind as the harder of the two tasks. Why would he task an ally with the easier things? Loki. And it got me to thinking. What's to say that he doesn't have a hidden agenda through all this? Why, as a newcomer to the city, give support to someone who he doesn't even know in taking a domain? Especially since he knows that there's no Baron ruling in this area as of present.
Indeed.
That's not something that anyone with a smart ploy to try and take a domain is concerned, because it could be very easily that he's deposed by the Baron as soon as one's put up. I thought to talk to you about this rather than go ahead with this deal first, for the simple fact of, I know that you want Hugh gone.
I do.
Just as badly, if not more badly, than I do. And not only that, but you have had the interests of me and mine in mind as you've made your decisions.
Yes. We have a very mutual agreement, if I do say so.
We do. And it is not my place to violate such things. So as such, my concern becomes that something is going on and things aren't as they seem, and that I might be being played for a fool.
Do you
And
feel
not
like
only
you've been
that-
played the fool?
Not only do I feel like I've been played the fool, I also have the sneaking suspicion that if Castile was the harder of the two, as he so put it, that he would hand that off to someone else. Why do more work than you need to? No, I think he has Castile in his pocket.
That's some very interesting conclusions.
It would make sense, considering that in this world, necessity is the mother of all invention.
That's true.
And as far as the information that I can see goes, and as far as what I could read from him, necessity that has made him point me at you rather than at Castile. Which means he already has a plan to deal with Castile. And which tells me that he's got quite a bit more in mind than he lets on. You can see where my concern lies, yes?
Yes, yes, definitely.
So I'm left with two options. I do come to you with this deal from him regarding that you would be able to keep the research center and he would take the rest of the domain. I'm not expecting any agreement on that. But to keep my side of the deal, there is a formal offer made on his behalf for this agreement.
All of that smells fishy. It just smells
It
fishy. No, I agree.
does.
It smells very fishy.
I will say though that whatever the case, Hugh will be dealt with, either with his support or with yours, because that's the main goal. Get Hugh out of this city by any means necessary.
Destroyed.
From the board.
Destroyed. Would be
He wouldn't
ideal.
go quietly. He wouldn't go quietly, so that's what it would end up being.
As I said before, I have things that could potentially help. Just tell me what you need. I don't...
Right now, I need a way to lock him down.
Lock who down? Hugh?
Yes. On Hugh. As far as Dr. Anderson goes, I know that he has an ulterior motive. Everything screams that he has an ulterior motive. So what I need to figure out is how to either placate him such that he will not pursue this any further, or make him misstep and catch him out of his deceptions. Play a trick, if you will.
You seem crafty enough.
I'm not going to lie to you, my skills have been failing me as of late. No matter how much pressure I exert, I seem to not end up knowing which way is up.
Well, perhaps with a little bit of direction, I can possibly help you in that regard.
Well,
everything has smelled off since Dr. Anderson came by. I haven't liked him, but I haven't had a reason to remove him.
I would say if this isn't reasoned enough, it's at the very least a reason as to start looking into his activity more closely.
I think I intend to do that. I'll get back to you with what I find.
Thank you, it's very much appreciated. Although,
it does take the time for these things, after all.
Of course. Although, I do also have a personal favor to ask.
Alright.
He has an understudy, I believe. Or a receptionist, either or. Her name is Julia. Julia Astor.
Yes, I have seen her in the medical classes. I've seen her in classes before.
Yes.
Brilliant student.
That she is. But
I believe she's studying under Dr. Guerrero.
yes, she is. if anything, with the things that have come up with Anderson, put her anywhere within harm's way, I would like you to try and do what you can to get her out.
Well, if there's anything that Mr. Doyle has pointed out about me is I am very good at smuggling Childer out. And I assume that this is kindred?
No, she is kind.
Aha!
I'm not normally one to reveal personal information, but she is someone that means quite a large amount to me.
Well, for all intents and purposes, you all are taking care of something that is very dear to me.
Yes, Hugh still doesn't have any idea.
And it better stay that way.
If I have it my way, he'll be long in the ground before he even steps a foot anywhere near her.
Good. I suppose so long as we both keep our end of the bargain and who we're looking out for, then all will be well.
Of course. That is everything. I just hope that you will be careful.
Oh, I've been attempting to be extra careful these days. But it won't be long if he's snooping around here that Hugh's going to find me here. And I may have to confront him.
If that is the case, I will keep my eyes out, as if he finds you, unfortunately you will become unwitting bait for a cage in which we will trap him.
Not
Not
sure how I
pleasant,
like
but if it does,
addressed as bait.
well, trust me, I don't like having to even think about it. But if it does happen unwittingly, as far as him finding you goes, it is best to capitalize upon the moment, no?
I usually have a good sense of these things, so I will keep my eyes and ears out.
And I trust your judgment. You have a good rest of your evening, Clovis.
And you as well, Miss Dupree.
Please, my friends call me Amber. And she'd give Clovis a smile.
Alright. Amber.
She would nod and head back to the car.
And with that, you make it back to your vehicle, leaving Clovis behind.
Yep. I am gonna go... I'm gonna do a very quick check of my surroundings just to make sure that I'm not being followed. Just because things are getting dicey and I can't afford to take any chances.
What kind of looking around are you doing?
It'd be a wits awareness with heightened senses. I don't have something unseen yet.
Okay, then go ahead and go for that.
I'm gonna willpower that failure.
Okay. Okay.
5.
You look around, and you spot an individual who seems pretty nondescript. He's just kind of walking by. got short cropped hair, bit of a round face. Kind of walking by the area. Really the only person that you see walking this direction, though. Most other people are walking to their vehicles or are interacting over at the hospital section of the medical center. But this person is simply walking past you, and you would assume to their own business. You otherwise see very closely that the windows kind of need some work. You see that the landscaping is a little bit rough. You see that you can hear inside the building some people working. Maybe there's some additional research going on in one of the upper floors.
Med students do work all hours of the day.
That they do.
I'm gonna watch as this guy goes. Like getting into my car, but watching him as he goes. Just to see where he's going.
He seems to be going toward the parking lot.
Do I get a look at his face at all?
You do.
Do I recognize the features at all? Or?
He's not a recognizable person. He looks pretty common. He looks like just about anybody else who's maybe a 5'8", maybe 5'9", blonde, dark blonde, round-faced, white individual.
Okay. Well then, I'm gonna get out of there. I'm just gonna keep an eye on him in the rear view as I leave. Just to see where he's going.
Seems to be going towards a vehicle. And you swear he maybe has seen, his eyes have darted in your direction, but you can't be sure.
I'll take the long way home, making sure to keep an eye out if I'm being tailed, because that's concerning.
You keep an eye out. You watch to see if any cars follow you the long way home, going through the back roads. No one seems to be following you.
Okay. In which case I will go home and it's time to rest.
Time to rest indeed. And so we will quickly cut over to a little scene in which Urian is also headed home to rest.
Yes, fortunately, I must end up being very kindly. I will admit the individual I am bringing home is a little bit of a specimen. Command keeps them oblivious. I've tried this tactic 1,000 times, and it's one that I have been using primarily. I don't expect this individual to survive the night, but I enter into the home, careful to be sure that I am not followed. Once I do, start to bring this individual by the hand towards the stairs, up towards the room of my beloved M.
And this person is following you by the hand, as glossy-eyed as you can keep them.
I look to them. Stay here and wait for me to return. I open the door and double check. Are you here?
Yeah.
I've brought you someone.
Oh.
You must be famished.
Yeah. The last bag ran out a couple of days ago.
I know.
I'm sorry. I would go and take care of it myself.
My wonderful Rapunzel will have you out of this tower soon. But for now, I have a mortal enemy out there that I must contend with. I would not see you harmed.
I've been working on things.
Have you? He grabs hold of the individual's hand and beckons them into the room.
She kind of scratches her head a little bit. I've been getting like weird, distorted images, and I've been trying to concentrate on them more. Not too much, but try to really piece it together.
It does not distress you.
Well,
Here.
Just trying to focus on what it is that comes to me, not really forcing it, if that makes sense.
He takes hold of the individual, brings them to sit between him and Anne, pulling their head to the side, looking at them. We have a moment. Please, care for yourself. He gestures to the face of this individual as he puts fingers over their eyelids and just guides them shut so they don't have to see him.
Okay. Just a little bit, right? Okay.
As much as you need.
Right. And she goes towards this individual and kind of kneels in front of them and just kind of looks up at you before extending her fangs and sinking them into this individual. And you can tell that she is definitely enjoying every single drop that she is taking. She is enjoying the sweet, delectable flavor of a fresh individual, not of a blood bag. Not that spoiled, rancid, fractured taste. She's tasting life right now for the first time in a long time.
He places a hand on her head, stroking her hair in a loving fashion, as though an old lover. Watches it, places a hand on the victim's wrist. He hasn't really took time to get to know their face, just takes them. And lets him have her fill. When he starts to feel it's starting to get dangerous that they will leave a corpse, he starts to pull them away, guide her off of the victim.
Thankfully, she was not hungry enough that she would frenzy at that, and when she feels that your hand touches her head to let go, she reluctantly removes her fangs and licks the wound closed. Sad that it was ending.
There are certain kindnesses that I would extend to those who sustain you. He checks to see, is the person conscious?
They're definitely dazed by the throes of the vampire's kiss, and their near ecstasy is kind of overwhelming them at the moment, but they are conscious. They're breathing heavy. And maybe they seem like they will probably enjoy that particular feeling for quite a moment, but that's really it. They seem like they will be fine.
It's at that point, Urine looks over the individual. Nods.
And they're a beautiful young woman.
Do you want to keep her?
Keep her. Meaning what? Like
Nothing.
part of the church?
Perhaps. Or she can be yours. Hands that you need not be around to have work for you.
Kind of like Alfonso, right?
Yes. Like Alfonso.
I mean,
She's nothing special, but perhaps that works to her benefit.
it would be nice to kind of be able to do things like clothes shopping.
Soon, yeah. He takes the individual, and he takes a quick moment to get them out. They probably will come to and have some idea that they were taken. Then they're gone, felt really good, and then they don't know where they woke up. Probably will wake up like a few blocks away, but when you tell somebody to jog, well, where they go is of no concern. Still, once he has his private moment with them, he sits. I just wanted to be sure that you were fed.
I appreciate it.
I told you I would take care of you. But you said you were working on something, vision.
Yeah, an image had come to me, and I've been trying to piece it together, I think. A crown of gold and a sword of iron both fall into a forge. You can't separate them out anymore. They're so intermingled. So what do you make with it? You can't really make a crown because it would make weird kind of gold looking steel, you know? You can't necessarily, steel is hard. And you can't really mold it that way. But you can't really make a sword with it either because gold is soft. So you make something new with it, right?
Urian leans in and listens intently. It's almost like he can follow the train of thought that M has provided. Go on.
And so, what do you make with it? That's the part I'm stuck on.
Gold and steel. This is a curious question. More often, gold is used as, well, philanthropy for weapons. Steel is used to reinforce. But you have too much steel in the gold to make a crown. You have too much gold mixed in the steel to
Make a sturdy weapon.
and you say they are inseparable.
Can't pull them apart anymore. They're the same thing, but not.
I think I've been asking myself that question for since I entered this city.
I think it does have to do with you. Kinda just makes sense when I kinda think about it. 'Cause you're Marius Calhoun, but you're Urian Doyle. No longer separate. So what do you do with it?
What do you do with it, indeed?
What are you gonna do with it?
San Antonio is but a mold. Whatever the components are, that will be poured into it, gold and steel alike. And I only hope the form that it creates is one that lives up past the measure of both. But I will be honest with you, Em. Probably more than I am with myself. Every moment I wait here in shadow, playing these games, waiting for answers. I know what I was crafted to do, what I was raised to be, what I want to be. I do not hide it. And yet, here it would destroy me. I have spoken to those in power amongst the domain. I have cast my name in to end up ruling over this baron, if they would have me. But they fear what would come of it if I were. I am an open target.
That would paint a big old target on your back.
But they know what I would do. So long as I can keep them looking at me, they will never look to you. I would guard you with all of my being, Em.
I know you would. And I know it's because I remind you of Liliana.
He turns his head away.
that what you want? Do you want me to be her? I would never dream of replacing her. She was like your wife, right? The way you talk about her.
You ever know that there is a perfect moment in this existence? That's what she was to me. And I try to remember what I felt in her presence. You remind me of that song. Because the truth is that if I did not focus on that, I would have nothing but rage. And I would slaughter every anarch in this city with my own two hands. Because they stole her from me. If it were simply Jackson, I could have sworn revenge and be sated. I could have went after each and every one of them, and I did. I butchered them like so much cattle. That wasn't enough. The anarchs would took her away from me. And now, as fate has offered a pure mockery of my own existence, I now find myself among them, trying to be fair, trying to not look at them like the murderers and thieves that they are, trying to look at them with hatred, trying not to look at you with hatred. When we have murdered everything that was good in my existence. When I did what I did best. When I crafted a city that was growing and becoming more. And I destroyed it. Because of a name. Tyler. And if I did not look at you with love, my hatred would be endless. And as a mockery now, my own blood is coming to kill me. My friend may kill me. My best friend. And I have to look in the mirror into the eyes of my own murderer. And worst, I must remain silent. I must remain passive. I must remain the only thing I have left is being a teacher. Because if I threw that away, nor gold or steel would mean anything to me. And I would simply burn with them all for a chance at my revenge. Yet I try to better myself in her memory. And there is not a single one under this domain who would hear me, who would know me. So I will dance dance to a falsehood. Dance to the name Urian Doyle. Dance to the revolution. All the while becoming more and more of what I despise. What do you do when steel mixes with gold? When both weaknesses make you utterly useless?
You make something else.
There's nothing to make, Em. There's not anything I know that you make from gold and steel blended. I have been stern, but I have been fair, more so than any of these anarchs have given me. Is that the mistake I've made?
I don't think so.
Do you know him?
I mean, if you were truly to abide by Camarilla law, I'd have to be destroyed.
Such is the purview of a prince to guide and interpret the law as it best suits to serve his city. And those who would look at you and not see a stalwart member of kindred existence. Such a prince should not remain. He is inept in his judge of character. Or perhaps that was my failing. I have no place to put this anger, Em. I have no place to put this vindictive hatred in my mind and in my heart. No way to focus it, and at all times I am remaining the calm, enigmatic Urian Doyle. But only you have ever called me by my name. Only you.
Yeah? I suppose the one target you can focus out on right now, that you have been focusing on, is Hugh.
Several others are also looking upon it. I am torn. If I end up going to the streets now, then I lose the chance to end up doing everything that will keep you safe. It has to be in their hands now. Unless I end up losing the opportunity to keep you and the others safe.
And I want you to be safe.
Didn't you know him? I've already died twice. It doesn't seem to stick.
I don't want you to push your luck. Not on purpose. I would be lost without you.
I think that is why. I would have been lost without my Liliana. But I would never think that you would take her place. Though my heart does mourn.
As many years as you spent with her, I can't even imagine.
You say wife. Oh, she was far more. She was my seneschal.
Seneschal.
She... Yes.
That's like right under the prince, isn't it?
Yes. She would guide my actions when I had no idea where to go. She would handle the busy work as I would pronounce sentences and focus on the task of the city as a whole. Most importantly, it was someone who could be strong at my side when I was weak. As few as those moments may have been in the eyes of the court, it would have been far more without her.
Sounds like you make a good pair.
Yes. You have never seen a more beautiful and ferocious predator. She was wonderful in a thing of beauty that would make Toreador the envy. A heart more fierce than any Bruja I have met. A mind as sharp as any Tremere. She was my Liliana. I spent so much time. I knew Galvin had eyes for her, but her eyes were upon me. Oh, him, if you would have saw me, when as I truly was. Now I am stuck in this, a tiny, insignificant man with a terrible haircut.
I don't think it's that bad. I do like you in a suit, though.
I fear the priest of Satan is the role I must play now, for this century at least.
I suppose that's the benefit of eternity. You don't have to be that forever.
If you have the mind for it. Am I tired? I hunger and I tire and I am waiting on their answer. If I must wait much longer, then I fear I will have to seek out this hue myself and bring the weight of my domain upon him. All of it. I will end up enacting an old tradition. In the Camarilla, we called it the Blood Hunt. I think that tradition will do me well. Soon.
It's the tradition that has him after me.
Seems fair.
You're waiting on notice from whom?
I have waited on notice from Randy, from Clovis, and from the great Damien. They are the three that carry the most weight. If Isabella were to cast her vote to my side as well, that would be of great service.
I don't think they'll say no.
Perhaps I'm developing a savior complex. The irony of that statement is enormous. He stands, starts to walk door. I want you to know something.
Okay.
You may not feel in this room you'd make a difference. Truthfully,
I'm going a little stir crazy, if I'm honest.
coming from Malkavian. Yes, I imagine so. But you make one very large difference, and if you were not here, this city would not be either. That walks out the room.
And with that, we will close the session for tonight.
Hey.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Thanks to everybody out there for watching. We had a couple new followers come in in the channel, so thank you so much to the new followers.
Yay!
So, I don't think we have stains to issue tonight.
No, I don't think we do either. I can't think of anything.
I can't really think of anything, so we're just gonna go ahead and skip that portion for tonight. Experience and recovered willpower.
I recover one for fulfilling my end of the bargain.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I think I would recover one. It was gather information as to what's going on, and currently, not only did I get information on Hugh, but I also got out of that composition. I also got quite a bit on Dr. Anderson, and that there may be something going on in that domain.
You got plenty of information, my dear Amber.
So,
Now, what you gonna do with it?
Yeah, what are you gonna do with it?
yeah. Well, I have some plans.
Velda?
I believe she
Be right
had to
back.
be right back. Yep,
Ah.
so
Well, we'll
give it a
come back
moment
to that.
and-
So, everybody gets one experience for showing up today.
Yay.
Hey, John goes up by one.
So, we do things fairly similar to the way that Derek does in Detroit, in that we present categories to our lovely players, and they vote as to who had the best scene, who moved the plot the furthest, and who had the best line. So, who moved plot?
I'd almost argue John at this point.
Yeah. I'd be
John was
torn
pretty
between-
proactive.
I'd be definitely. Honestly, I'd be torn between John and Amber.
I think this is only the second time he's ever been the plot mover.
I'm torn between the two of them, but I would give it to John. Like, I would give it to John over Amber. So, yeah.
I have returned.
Welcome back. Who do you
Thank
think
you.
moved plot?
Oh shit.
Calling you out
I'm
on the
willing
spot.
to say Amber.
Okay. It's two
Okay.
votes. 2 votes Amber. Amber gets it.
Wait, is it 2 votes, Amber?
Apparently,
Well,
you were undecided.
you
so.
were undecided.
Oh, well, I said I was gonna vote for John. Yeah, I was torn, but I said John over Amber. So
I'll give
John
it
was
to
gonna
give it to Amber. Give it to Amber.
Am-
Alright.
Amber
I'm
it
not
is.
gonna fight it off. I'm not gonna fight it off.
Who had our best scene?
Oh, that's a hard one.
John.
Yeah.
The
For
harm
what?
compulsion and crushing Amber's phone. That was great.
I agree.
Alright.
Okay.
John will get the best scene.
Nice.
Best line.
It's okay. It's okay. She's into threesomes. In your case, she might make it foursome.
Yeah.
I'm kind of tossing up between John and Amber because they had some really good ones tonight. Amber turned around and she's like, she's not a serial killer, that's John's stick.
Right?
Or the conversation between John and Amber, you're kind of a hard personality to forget. Fantastic, I knew I was charming.
I gotta give it to Amber on that one. Yeah, that was pretty good.
They were
That's
both
John's
good.
stick.
Yeah, it's like no, Velda can't be a serial killer. That's Judge Stick, right?
It's a very good line.
I'll take it.
It's a very good line.
I'll take it. I'll happily take it.
Happily. There you go, Amber.
Okay, do I have anything?
Any expenditures?
I'm trying to remember. Traits is 5 or 7.
5.
5.
I will spend to add 15 experience to add to wits.
Ooh, wit 3.
Ooh.
Wits 3.
You had that much experience left over?
Yep.
Hot damn.
I am going to bank
Okay.
for now.
I am also gonna bank for now.
Alright.
Although that's the thing, now that Mox is back, you can check desire fulfillment.
Yes.
Or working towards ambition.
Did you
Nope.
do either of those?
Nope.
Oh well.
Just nope.
Womp womp. Oh well. But yeah, that does it for our session for today. Thank you all in the chat for watching.
Thank you all.
Yes, thank you.
Things will be up as far as the VOD and everything tomorrow night. Yeah. So
They tolerate us. They really, really tolerate us.
delightful. Well, thank you all. We will be back probably Friday with an art stream, so be on the lookout for that. But yeah, we'll be back next week Wednesday with more San Antonio by Nights, the oncoming storm. And it's almost hurricane season.